Welcome, Ashok. Welcome to this session.
देखा आपने? मैंने कुछ और भेजा था उसने। एक एक्सेल पॉलीमर का है, एक्सेल पॉलीमर, जेली, जेली बायोटेक, और बाद में कौन सा है, कुमार मेटल है, कुमार मेटल, एज टेक्नोलॉजी। अच्छा, हाँ ठीक है, ठीक।
Welcome to the session, Somya. Welcome, Aditya. Welcome, Ilaya. Welcome, Vishwa.
फ्लावर्स हो।
हेलो। हेलो, हाँ नमस्ते। नमस्ते, बोलिए आप। हाँ, हाँ कर लेते कर लेते। हाँ आ जाओ, नीचे आ जाओ, ग्राउंड सर्वर रूम जो ले जाइए।
Hello and welcome everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Shubh, you're audible.
Yes, so hi, I'm Shubh Parmar, your host for today's webinar. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to wish all the amazing women here a very happy International Women's Day. Today we celebrate your achievements, strength, and contribution in every field. Let's continue to support and inspire each other. Wishing you all success and empowerment today and always. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any queries or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. The topic for today is querying data with Microsoft Transact-SQL. About the ATC community, that is the Azure Tech community. This webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics and Microsoft. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by today's by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling, advisory services, and end-to-end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, which are persona-based onboarding, onboarding add-on, certification, certification add-on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre-sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. Uh, this is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamentals certification, then progresses to advanced role based certifications, and finally to expert level certifications. We run meetup, we run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join these communities, please log in to Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. We are thrilled to have Mr. Smith Shah as today's speaker. Smith Shah is a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for this webinar is getting started with Transact SQL, sorting and filtering query results, using joins and subqueries, using built-in functions, and modifying data. This is the 8 hours of learning plan, which includes one-day webinar, self-learning plan, mentoring and exam prep session, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more about this, please connect with us. We are providing a complimentary learning achievement batches for DP-080, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share this badge on your LinkedIn and Twitter profile as well. To get this badge activated, you just need to follow the steps given on the screen and redeem the badges. And the link will also be shared in the chat box. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note, participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. Uh, this is the Advantage India Skilling and AI NSI initiative by Microsoft aimed at empowering the future with AI skills at scale. It highlights key focus areas such as data and AI, Office 365 Copilot, GitHub Copilot, prompt engineering, and security. The initiative emphasizes the role of AI in skill development and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join these sessions, please connect with us. And also, anyone who wants to organize these exclusive sessions in your organization or colleges, please do let us know as the sessions are absolutely free. And do follow us on our social media platforms to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, and certification training we do. The link will be shared in the chat box. Thank you for listening to me. Now we'll hand over the mic to our speaker, Mr. Smith Shah.
Yes, thanks, Shub. So, good morning to each and every one of you, and welcome to DP-080 webinar. In this webinar, we are sorry, guys, I got disconnected from the session. I hope I'm back. Am I audible to everyone? Sorry, I got disconnected. Just give me a confirmation in the chat. Yes, I'm audible. Okay. All right. So, good morning to each and every one of you, and welcome to DP-080 webinar. My name is Smith Shah, and I will be your mentor for today. I am a Microsoft certified trainer. On top of that, I am a Azure certified data scientist, a Azure certified AI engineer, as well as a Azure certified data engineer. And I've been conducting trainings in the data science field since the last 7 years. So that was just a brief introduction about me. Now let's go ahead and let's proceed with our course. So guys, all of you are gathered over here to learn about this Microsoft course called DP-080. In this course, you're going to learn how to query with Transact-SQL language, also known as TSQL language. So using Transact-SQL language, we'll be learning how to query from data. So let's start with our first lab of today. In our first lab of today, what we are going to do is we are going to set up our lab environment. What are we going to do? We are going to set up our lab environment. So let's do it. In order to set up my lab environment, I will try to log in to Microsoft portal. Let me do that. So I've tried to log into Microsoft portal over here. You can see the login is in progress. Let's wait for it to get completed. Okay. And now I've successfully logged in to the Microsoft portal. Now, the next thing that I need to do is I need to create a resource of Azure SQL database service. What do I need to do? I need to go ahead and create a resource of Azure SQL database service. Which service? Azure SQL database service. In Azure, there is a rule that whenever you want to use any service of Azure, you have to go ahead and create a resource of that service. So if I want to if I want to use Azure SQL database service, I will have to go ahead and create a resource of that service. Let's do it. So in order to create a resource of Azure SQL database service, what I will do is in the search bar, I will try to search for the service that I want. Which is the service that I want over here? Azure SQL database service. So let me try to search for it. Azure SQL database service. Okay. And I can see an option for that service over here. What I will do is I will try to go ahead and create a resource of the service. In order to go ahead and create a resource of this service, I'll click on this create button that you see on the top left. Now, when I do that, I'll be redirected to a form that I have to fill. Okay. So let me go ahead and let me fill in the details of the form. Okay. I repeat myself again. What is the first thing that I need to do? I need to go ahead and create a resource of Azure SQL database service.
Smith,
So
sir,
let me,
sorry to interrupt. Hello.
yes.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Your screen is not visible.
Oh, I've
Yes.
shared my screen. I don't know why.
Uh,
Now, is it visible?
no, it's still not visible. It's showing that you have shared the screen, but it's blank.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll do one thing. I will rejoin the. Okay, Vaibhav is saying it's visible. So
Uh,
I guess Shubh, the issue is from your side.
okay, no worries. Please continue. Sorry to
Okay,
interrupt.
no worries. Fine. So guys, let me repeat myself again. So we are into our first lab of today, wherein we'll try to set up the lab environment. So in order to do that, what I need to do is I need to create a resource of Azure SQL database service. So let me try to search for Azure SQL database service. I can see an option for it. And what I'll do is I will create a resource of this service. In order to create a resource of this service, I'll go ahead and click on this create button. Okay. Now, when I try to do that, I'm redirected to a form that I have to fill. So let me fill in the details of the form. The first field in the form is asking me to select the subscription that I want to use. Remember, guys, that from your Azure account, you can create multiple subscriptions for different people of your organization. So let's suppose you are the head of a company and you want to ensure that all your employees can gain access to the Azure portal. So what will you do? You will go ahead and create multiple subscriptions for different employees in your company. Maybe one subscription you can create for a person in the HR team, another subscription you can create for a person in the IT team, and so on. So multiple subscriptions you can create for different employees in your company. In every subscription, you can assign different set of permissions. So for example, the first subscription that you have created is for a person in the HR team. Now this HR person is not going to do a lot of work on Azure. Probably this HR person only requires Azure to store some files. So for this HR person, you will only give access to storage service of Azure. Whereas the second subscription that you have created is for a person in the IT team. This IT person is going to do a lot of work in Azure. So for that IT person, you will give access to all the services of Azure. So like this, for different subscriptions, you can assign different set of permissions. Also, for different subscriptions, you can assign different amount of money into it. So for example, for the first subscription that you have created, it is created for a person in the HR team. This HR person is not going to do a lot of work on Azure. So for that subscription, you will upload less amount of money. Let's say something like $20 worth of credits. Whereas the second subscription that you have created is for a person in the IT team. So for this IT person, you will upload more amount of money. Let's suppose $1,000 worth of credits. So the point that I'm making is from your Azure account, you can create multiple subscriptions for different people in your organization. Every subscription can have different set of permissions assigned to it, and every subscription can have different amount of money uploaded into it. All right. So here, one subscription has been provided to me by my organization, Synergetics. So I'm going to use that subscription. Okay. Next, I'm being asked to select the resource group for my resource. So currently I'm creating a resource of Azure SQL database service, right? So here Azure is telling me that, okay, you are creating a resource of a service. So put that resource in some of the other resource group. By the way, it's mandatory for me to put my resource in some of the other resource group. But there are many benefits for doing that. Let's go ahead and let's understand the benefits first. So let's suppose you're working on a project. Let's assume that you are working on a project, and for that project, you had to create 20 different resources. Maybe one resource is that of Azure SQL database service, another resource is of Cosmos DB service, another resource is of some Azure AI service, and so on. Like that, you had to create 20 different resources. Now, after 6 months, your project got over, and since your project is now over, these resources are of no further use for you. So what will you do? You will delete them, right? So that no further cost is incurred in your subscription. Well, one way to do that is to go ahead, go into each of the resources individually and try to delete them. So I will go to my first resource, click on the delete button to delete that resource. I'll go to my second resource, click on the delete button to delete that resource. Like that, I can go into each of the 20 resources individually and try to delete them. But that is a very tedious process. Instead, why don't I have the resources that belong to the same project inside the same exact resource group? I repeat myself. Why don't we have resources that belong to the same project inside the same exact resource group? And when the time for deletion comes, at that time, I can directly delete the resource group. With that, all the resources in that resource group will automatically get deleted. It's like if I delete a folder, then all the files in the folder automatically get deleted, right? Similarly, if I delete a resource group, then all the resources in that resource group will automatically get deleted. Okay. So that's one benefit of resource group, which is life cycle management. That if resources have the same life cycle, then it's better to put them within the same resource group. There are other benefits as well. Let's look into them. So let's suppose you are working on a project, and for that project, again, you had to create many resources. Let's suppose 20 resources. One resource could be of Azure SQL database service. Second resource could be of second resource could be of Azure Cosmos DB service. Third resource could be of some Azure AI related service, and so on. Like that, you had to create 20 different resources. Now, what you want to do is you want to calculate the overall cost incurred by your project. For that, what you do? You can go inside each resource and see the individual costs that is incurred because of that resource. So let's suppose the first resource costed you $11.5. Second resource costed you $6.72. Third resource costed you $100. Like that, each resource will have its own different costs. Okay. Now, at the end, what you can do is you can take a sum of all the costs, and that is how you can arrive at the total cost incurred by your project. But this is a very tedious process. Instead, why don't we have resources that belong to the same project inside the same exact resource group? Why don't we have resources that belong to the same project inside the same exact resource group? And when the time for the cost calculation comes, at that time you can directly go into your resource group, and with a single click of the button, with a single click of the button, you will be able to obtain the cumulative cost of all the resources in that resource group just by a single click of the button. Okay. So resource group helps you for cost management as well. Like that, there are many benefits of resource group. In simple words, just remember that resource group helps you for better management of resources. Okay. So either you can assign your resource to an existing resource group or create a new resource group. Let me create a new resource group for my resource. So I'll create a new resource group called webinar RG. Okay. Next, it is asking me to give the name of the resource. I'm creating a resource of Azure SQL database service. So it is asking me to give a name for that resource. So let me give it a name. I'll call it webinar DB. Okay. Then it is asking me to select the server. Okay. So my database will be hosted on some server. So let me create a new server over here. Before that, I'm just thinking that I should change my database name. Instead of webinar DB, let me have some interesting name. Let me call it Adventure Works. Okay. The next field in the form is asking me to select the server for my database. My database will be hosted on some server. So let me create a new SQL server. Let me give a name for that server. Let's suppose I'm assigning a name called webinar server. Then the location. So let's suppose I'm selecting a location of UK West. It depends upon you which location you want to select. Then my authentication method. I will choose the third option. With the third option, I will have to put a username and password in order to authenticate myself. So let me do that. So first it is asking me to enter the username. Okay. So here, let's suppose my username is um, webinar user. Then it is asking me to enter my password. So let me go ahead and let me enter my password over here. Okay. That's it. And with this, my SQL server should be created. Then it is asking me, do you want to use Elastic Pool? By that, what it is saying is, depending on the workload, do you want to increase or decrease the size of the SQL server? Well, I don't want to do that. I want to keep a fixed size. Okay, fine. But if you wanted to increase, if you wanted to let Azure automatically increase or decrease the server size, you can go ahead and do it. I don't want to do it. So that's why I will mention a fixed size for my server. Okay, fine. So let me go ahead and do that. So let me mention a fixed size over here. I guess this default configuration for my server is correct. It will have two vCores, Gen 5. That's fine enough. Okay, generation 5. Just like in your laptop, when you go ahead and buy a laptop, you look for the configuration, right? How many CPU cores you have, then which generation um, processing chip it has, and all of that. Here you can go ahead and do the same. If you want to change the um, configuration, you can go ahead and change the configuration over here. It's up to you. But I won't do that. I'll keep everything default. Okay. Next, it is asking me for backup storage redundancy. So there are two options over here. One is locally redundant storage, another is geo redundant storage. So what is the difference between the two? Let's understand. So let's suppose you created a resource of Azure SQL database service, and that resource you created in East US region, or let's suppose UK West region. Now, let's suppose due to traffic issues or due to some other reason, let's suppose you are not able to access this particular resource in UK West region. Maybe all the servers of UK West region are down currently. Okay, there is a network outage in UK West, and you are not able to access the resource that was deployed in UK West. So what will happen if you are not able to access this resource? Then any work with this resource you will not be able to do. It will negatively impact your project. Okay. So in order to avoid that, the concept of redundancy has been introduced. And the idea is that Azure will create copies of your resource for you. So that if in case the main resource is not available, you can at least use the backup copy. Okay. So you're in locally redundant storage. In locally redundant storage, what will happen is it will create copies for you. To be specific, it will create three copies of your resource. Copy 1, copy 2, and copy 3. It will create three copies of this Azure SQL database resource, but those copies will be in the same region as the original resource. So if the original resource is in UK West, then your copies will also be in UK West. So a major disadvantage of this approach is that what if all the servers of West US are not accessible? There is a network outage in UK West region. Okay. Then what will happen with that? Your main resource will not be accessible, and along that, your copy of the resources will also not be accessible. So this is a disadvantage of locally redundant storage. But the major advantage of locally redundant storage is that it is the most cheapest redundancy option that you can find. On the other hand, you have something called geo-redundant storage. With that, what will happen is, let's suppose your main resource is created in UK West, then a copy of your resource will be created, but that copy will be stored in a different geolocation. So if your main resource is in UK West, maybe the copy could be stored somewhere in central India. So advantage of this is that even if all the servers of West US get destroyed due to some natural calamity or they are inaccessible due to whatever reason, well, fine, I will not be able to use my main resource, but at least I can use my copy of the resource that was deployed in a different geolocation altogether. So this is the advantage. But the disadvantage is that it is very costly. Okay. So here to avoid cost, I will select locally redundant storage. Fine. Then let's go ahead. After that, it is asking me to select some network configuration. Okay. So let me go ahead and do that. Let me select some network configuration. So uh, in the first option, it is asking me what is the connectivity method that I want to use. Okay. So do like for example, if anybody from outside wants to access my Azure SQL database resource, let's suppose if you guys want to access my Azure SQL database resource, then I'll give a endpoint or I'll give a URL to access it. So should that URL be set to public? That means anybody who has the right credentials will be able to access my Azure SQL database resource. Or should I set it to private? With private, what will happen is only the specific IP addresses will be able to access my Azure SQL database resource. Okay. So even if you have the endpoint or the URL of the Azure SQL database resource, but unless and until you are trying to access from a specific IP, you will not be given access. Okay. So this third option you can use if you want to limit access among your organization. So then you will mention the IP addresses of the team members in your organization, and only those team members will be able to access your Azure SQL database resource. But let's suppose if you don't want to give any access at all to any external person, it's up to you. Don't give access. Here I'll set it to public endpoint. Okay. Then after that, let's go ahead. Then it is asking me for firewall rules. It says allow like all the external resources to access this particular resource that I'm creating. So I will say yes, I want to allow that. And do I want to add my current IP address? Yes. So my current IP address of my laptop that I'm adding, saying that, okay, if anybody tries to access from my current IP address, please give access. Okay. Next, it is asking me to set the connection policy. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's understand that. Here, if you observe, guys, within connection policy, there are three options shown to you. Okay, there are how many options? Three options shown to you. Let's go ahead and let's understand those three options. The first option that you see over here is called redirect. Let me talk about this option called redirect. So with redirect option, you will get the best performance. Okay, but requires additional firewall rules. Okay. Then with the second option, proxy, what will happen? Here it routes all the connections through Azure gateways. thus increasing the latency. Whereas with default, what will happen? With default option, it uses redirect option whenever possible and falls back to proxy otherwise. And falls back to proxy otherwise. Okay, so I'll choose the default option over here for connection policy. Then it is asking me for my minimum TLS version, transport layer security version. So it will help us to secure our data that is being sent from one location to other. So for that, transport layer security protocol is used. Make sure that it is selected to the latest version over here. 1.2 is the latest one. So I'll make sure that it is selected to the latest version. Then let me click on next. After that, it is asking me to mention my security details over here. So I'll go ahead and mention my security details. The first option shown to me says enable Microsoft Defender for SQL. So Microsoft Defender for SQL provides threat protection and it provides you a assessment of all the vulnerable issues that you have. Okay, so Microsoft Defender for SQL provides threat protection and it gives you assessment of all the vulnerable issues that you have. It also helps to detect suspicious activities like SQL injection attacks, but I will disable it. Okay, I don't want it. Okay, and that's fine for me. Then Ledger. Okay, the second option is called Ledger. So Azure SQL Ledger provides tamper-proof tracking of data changes using blockchain-like technology. What does Azure SQL Ledger do? Azure SQL Ledger provides tamper-proof tracking of data changes. So if you want to keep a track of data changes, let's suppose you have some data in your database, you want to keep a track of what changes were done in that database. Well, SQL Ledger will help you to do that. So SQL Ledger provides tamper-proof tracking of data changes using blockchain-like technology. I will not configure it. I don't want to keep a track of my data changes. That's fine for me. Then the third option is called server identity. So this setting is for manage identities, which allow the server to authenticate with Azure Active Directory without storing passwords. Okay, I don't want to configure it. I don't want to use that facility of Azure Active Directory. With Azure Active Directory, you are able to authenticate to the server even without passwords. Okay, but I don't want to do that. In fact, if you remember, I had set up a username and password to access my server. So that's fine for me. All right. Then next, uh, the next setting is asking me for transparent data encryption key management. There are two options shown over here. One is server level key, another is database level key. What is server level key? Server level key, by the way, guys, TDE stands for transparent data encryption. And what does TDE do? So transparent data encryption encrypts the data at rest. So a service managed key or a server managed key or a service managed key means that Azure will manage the encryption keys instead of the user. So instead of us users managing the encryption keys, here the service or Azure will itself manage the encryption keys for us. The second option is called database level. Okay. So if configured, this would allow users to bring their own encryption keys. So if you want to use your customized encryption keys for additional control, you can do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to use my customized keys. Okay. I want to let Azure only manage the keys for me. That's fine. Okay. Then the last option shown to me over here is called enable secure enclaves. What does this do? Secure enclaves provides hardware-based data protection for in-memory computations. I repeat, secure enclaves provides hardware-based data protection for in-memory computations. So this is useful for scenarios requiring confidential computing, such as protecting sensitive computations from database administrators. I will set this to off only so that the database doesn't use this feature. But remember, if you want to use this feature, you can. So the secure enclaves feature provides hardware-based data protection for in-memory computations. And this is useful for scenarios where you require confidential computing, such as protecting sensitive computations from database administrators. Okay. Then let me click on next. Here it's asking me to do additional settings. So it says, do you want to use some existing data? I'll say yes, I want to use the sample data provided by Azure, which is AdventureWorks data. Okay, so this is the sample data that I want to work with. So there's some sample data that Azure gives to you for practice. You can work with that. If you don't want to load any sample data at all, select this option called none. But let's suppose if you already had some data inside of Azure and you wanted to use that backup data that you have stored inside of Azure, you can do it. But I don't have any backup data currently in Azure. What I want to do is I want to work with this sample data that Azure is providing. So let me work with that sample data. Okay, that's it. I'll click on next. Here I'm being asked to do tag configuration. So let's suppose if you are creating multiple resources of the same service, then how will you be able to keep track of which resources was created for which purpose? Let's say this Azure SQL database resource I'm creating for this webinar. Now from next week, another batch is going to start in one of my client companies for TCS. So let's say for that also, for TCS also, I will create a resource of Azure SQL database service. Now, after 2 months, how will I know which resource I created for which client, which resource I created for TCS, which resource I created for webinar, which resource I created for Accenture, which resource I created for Walmart? How will I know? Well, what you can do is you can assign tags to your resources. Just like in a clothing shop, how does the shopkeeper understand the additional details about the cloth? The shopkeeper puts a tag on the cloth, right? Through which the shopkeeper gets additional details. Now, without tags, the shopkeeper would find it very hard to get additional details about the cloth, right? So, the shopkeeper will always have a tag assigned to the cloth, which provides additional details. Okay. Similarly, over here, if you want to provide additional details for your resource, you can assign tags. So, for example, you can say that this is created for which client. So, let's suppose I'm saying this is created for webinar. Then what was the date on which it was creation? What was the date on which it was created? So I will say this was created on 8th March 2025. Like that, you can assign any tags that you want. Remember, the tags that you assign have to be assigned using key value pairs. So you can assign any key, any value, that's up to you. But in this scenario, I don't want to assign tags because anyways, for my current uh, webinar, I'm only going to create one resource. Okay, and after our webinar is done, I'll be deleting that resource. So assigning tags over here is not going to be helpful for me. But if you want to assign tags, you can go ahead and do it. It's up to you. Let me click on next button. Now, Azure ran a validation in the backend just to check whether it can give me the things that I'm asking for. If the validation is successful, then the create button will be enabled. Okay. So you can see it has been enabled now. Let me click on it. And with this, a resource of Azure SQL database service will be created for me. What will happen? With this, a resource of Azure SQL database service will be created for me. So I'll wait for a few minutes, and within a few minutes, the resource of Azure SQL database service should be created. And with this, our first lab of today will be over. Our lab environment will be set up. Okay. So in order to set up the lab environment, I wanted to create a resource of Azure SQL database service, and in a few minutes it will be done. So currently we just have to wait for a few minutes, and after a few minutes, our resource of Azure SQL database service should be created for us. Once it's done, we'll be proceeding ahead with our next labs. There are many labs that will perform today, but first I'm just waiting for resource of Azure SQL database service to get created. Let me wait. So it could take around 2 to 3 minutes. We'll just wait till then. Let's wait for a few minutes over here. And once this is done, we'll be proceeding ahead with our next lab. In our next lab, what we are going to do is we are going to use some basic select queries to retrieve data from Adventure Works database. That is our second lab that we'll be performing. But before that, I'm just waiting for the first lab to be over. In our first lab, we tried to create a resource of Azure SQL database service, and the resource creation is still in progress. We'll wait for some time. Usually within 2 to 3 minutes, this gets done. Let's see today how much time it takes. I don't think it will take too much of time. We'll just wait till then. And guys, remember that all the labs that we are performing today are the official labs of DP-080. Okay. Based on these labs, you might get questions asked in your DP-080 course exam. Okay. Fine. So all of these labs are official labs from the Microsoft curriculum. So before moving on to the second lab, I'm just waiting for the first lab to get completed. In our first lab, I tried to create a resource of Azure SQL database service, and the resource creation is still in progress. Let's wait. By the way, guys, in today's webinar, I will give you two uh, tea breaks. Okay. So the first tea break will be on 11:30. Will be given at 11:30 a.m. After our tea break, I'll give you a lunch break also from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. And then we will have another tea break at 3:30 p.m. Okay. So in total, I'll give you three breaks, two tea breaks, and one lunch break. Okay. Fine. But before the breaks, I just want some labs to be done. So currently, I'm just waiting for my first lab to be over. In our first lab, we tried to create a resource of Azure SQL database service. Sorry, the resource creation is still in progress. Let's wait. And once this is done, we'll be moving ahead to our second lab of today. In our second lab, I'll be showing you how you can use some basic select queries to retrieve data from the AdventureWorks database that we created. But before that, I just want the resource of Azure SQL database to be ready for me. It's taking slightly more time. We'll just wait till then. We have no other option but to wait. Let's wait. Or else, just to not waste your time, what we can do is, meanwhile, while the resource is getting created, we can take a tea break right now. Okay. And I guess by the time the tea break is over, the resource should be created for us. So instead of just waiting over here, I guess it's better that I give you guys a tea break right now. Okay. We'll take a tea break. Hopefully, when we come back after the tea break, our resource should be created. And once our resource is created, we'll be moving ahead to our second lab of today. But guys, is our first lab clear? In our first lab, I just tried to create a resource of Azure SQL database service. Did that make sense? Is it clear to everyone? Just give me some confirmation in the chat. Did our first lab make sense, guys? Everyone? Amit, Nilesh, Mohammed, Ramakrishna, Anand Raman, everyone? First lab clear, guys? Any doubt over our first lab of today? In our first lab, I just tried to create a resource of Azure SQL database service. Okay, and by the way, our resource is created. So we'll scratch that plan of tea break. Now that our resource is created, let's work with that resource. And as planned, I'll give you a tea break at 11:30. Okay, fine. So I went inside of my resource. And now what I will do is I will click on this option called Query Editor. When I click on that option called Query Editor, I will be redirected to a page where I can go ahead and write queries on my Azure SQL database. So you can see on the left hand side, there is an option called Query Editor. I'll click on it. Okay. It is asking me that my Azure SQL database is hosted onto server. So mention the credentials for the server. So the username was webinar user. Let me mention the password. With this, authentication will be performed. Authentication was successful. And now you can see that when I clicked on query editor option, I was redirected to a web page wherein I can go ahead and write my queries. So our first lab of today is done. We have set up our lab environment. Now moving on to the second lab of today, wherein we'll run some basic select queries to retrieve data from Adventure Works database. So let's do it. Okay. So let's suppose I want to write a query that retrieves all the columns from a particular table. So yeah, let's see in this database what tables I have. So there are many tables. One of the table is product table. So let's suppose I want to retrieve all the columns from product table. Then what to do? I'll just write this command. Select star. Star means retrieve all the columns. Select star from my table. Now let me go ahead and let me mention the name of my table over here. So the name of my table is product, which is under the schema called sales LT. Okay, so I'll just mention the entire name, sales LT dot product. Let me run this and let's see, are we able to retrieve all the columns from that particular table? And you can see we are able to retrieve all the columns from this particular table over here. Now, what if you want to retrieve only few columns? Let's suppose I want to retrieve three columns only. The first column is name, second column is standard cost, and third column is list price. Which are the three columns I need? Name, standard cost, and list price. Then how to do it? Let me show that to you. So over here, I'll use the select command again. I'll say select the columns that I want. Which columns? First is name, second is standard cost column, and third is list price column. These are the columns that I want from my table. Okay. So let me mention that. And let's see, am I able to get the columns that I want? Previously, I wrote a query to retrieve all the columns, but now I have wrote a query to retrieve only three columns from my table. Let's see, are we able to retrieve only three columns from that table? And you can see when I ran my code, I was able to do that. Now let's suppose what I want to do is I want to modify my select query a little. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to display the name column, but after the name column, I want to display a column which has values obtained based on my own requirement. What is my requirement? What I want is I want to obtain a value that is the subtraction between list price and standard cost. So I will do list price minus standard cost, and whatever are the values that I want to display it. Okay, so let me do that. So I'll say show the name column, but after that, show the values that we obtain after subtracting the standard cost values from list price. So standard cost values from list price. Okay, fine. So let me go ahead and let's see if we are able to obtain the result that I want. And you can see you are able to obtain the result. So for this product, list price minus standard cost is this amount. For the second product, list price minus standard cost is this other amount, and so on. Now you can see you are able to obtain the subtracted values, but the column that is created for it is unnamed. What if you want to name it? You can go ahead and name it as well. So this is the markup cost, right? List price minus standard cost is called markup cost. So let's suppose I want to provide a name to this column called markup. Then what I'll do is I'll say do list price minus standard cost. Whatever the values you obtain, put those values under this column called markup column. Under this column called markup column. And have a look now. Now you will obtain the list price minus standard cost values, but those values will be put under this column called markup. Okay. Now let's suppose you want to do additional changes. Okay. Let me show to you what do I want to do. Let's suppose, first of all, let me view all the columns in my table. And what I want to do is I want to display product number column. After product number, I want to display color column, then size column, and then I want to create another fourth column which has values of both color and size. Okay, separated by comma, which has values of both color and size separated by comma. So these are the things that I want. Let's see how to do that. So here I will say that the first column that I want is product number. The next column that I want is color. Then the next column that I want is size. After that, what do I want? After that, I want to display the values of both color and size, but separated by a comma in between. Separated by what? Separated by a comma in between. Okay. And this new column that is obtained, okay, I want to rename it just like I renamed a previous column in the result. This column that will be obtained, that also I want to rename. So let me rename it as product details. Okay, and all of this information I want to obtain from this table called product table. Let's see, are we able to do that or not? And you can see we are able to do that. I wanted four columns. One was product number, second was color, third was size. Okay. And the fourth column that I have obtained is a mixture of both color and size values, but separated by a comma in between. All right, fine. So with this, our fifth select query has also been executed. Now, let me proceed ahead and let me work with some data types. Okay. Now it's time to work with some data types. So as you just saw, columns in a table are defined by specific data types. Okay. So for example, in the product table, product ID column has an integer data type. Name column has a different data type. Product number column has a different data type. Okay. And so on. You can see every column over here has a specific data type. So let's write some queries to work with these data types. So the first simple query that I will write is to display specific column over here. Let's suppose what I want to do is that I want to have uh, something over here. What should I do? Okay, let me do one thing. I will combine these two column values, product ID and name. Okay, let me do that. So I'll say select product ID column, then add it with the name column value, but let me add a separator called colon. Okay, colon separator. Okay, so add the product ID value with the value of name, and just let me obtain these values from this product table. Let me do that. I'll obtain these values from the product table over here. Okay, let's see. Okay, it says failed to execute the query. Let's understand why. Here from sales dot product. This is fine. Hmm, product ID. Uh, Invalid column name. This is not a column name. Product ID plus. This is absolutely fine. In fact, let me do one thing. This column that I'm getting, I'll just give a alias to it. Let's suppose the alias is product name. And now currently it is giving me an error over here. Let me try to solve this error. So select product ID plus this colon separator. Why is it treated as a column name? Plus colon separator plus values of name column. Okay. This seems to be fine over here. Why would I get a issue? Okay, let me do one thing. In this case, let me modify my query. Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll try to modify my query. So currently, I guess what is happening is it is not able to add the product ID values, which has integer values, with the product name values, which has string values. Okay, or varchar values, varchar type of value. So let me do one thing. I'll say change the data type of product ID to varchar. Okay, so for changing the data type, what I'll do, I'll use the cast function. With that, you can go ahead and change the data type of the values in the column. I'll say change the values of product ID column to varchar. Okay. And now let me go ahead and let me try to run this query. Now, even after changing the data type, I guess we have an issue over here. Let's understand what is that issue first. For that, I'll just view all the columns in my table and let's understand what is happening. So I tried to get my product ID values. I What I did was I tried to combine these two values with a colon separator in between. Now, when I'm trying to do that, it is giving me a issue. Now, in this case, we are getting a issue. Okay, fine. Mm, so, and I guess the issues, is it for us, is it because of the type issue would definitely be there. Let me do one thing. Mm, I would modify my code a bit. I'll say convert the product ID values, convert the product ID values to varchar. Let me do that. And after converting, let's see what is happening. By the way, after converting whatever is the value, I'll just try to display it. And let me go ahead and let me display this. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to add the name column values. But after adding the name column values, what I also want to do is I want to add a separator in between. And what is that separator? Let's say colon separator. Let's see now. Okay, now it's working. I don't know why. Previously, why it did not work. Let me check my previous code. I used it properly. Oh, sorry, I realize it now. So the issue in my previous code was because of this double quotes. I should have used single quotes. Okay, so the issue was that was double quotes. My mistake. I didn't realize the type of quotes that I was adding. Okay, so in a previous operation, what did I do? I tried to add my product ID values with the name column values, and these values I obtained from the product table. Now, when I try to run this, okay, it shows you that you will get an error. Why is this error coming? This error is coming because of the data types. The product ID column has integer values. You are adding it with values of varchar data type. Okay. So since I want to do string concatenation, so the first column should also have string values, second column should also have string values. Second column is already of varchar data type, so it already has string values. But the first column is of integer data type, it is not of string. What I'll do is I'll also convert it to one of the string data types called varchar. Okay. There are many ways to do it. One way is by using that cast function, which I showed to you. So I can say using the cast function that I want to convert the product ID values to varchar, having 5 characters in it, having maximum 5 characters in it. Okay, fine. So over here, that was one way, but by the way, over here, I get an error. And that is because I have not mentioned the name of my table properly. I should mention the schema name and then the name of my table. Okay, fine. So I've done this concatenation, but now what I wanted to do was I wanted to add this separator called colon separator. So let me add that colon separator in between. Okay, I'm able to do that. But the result that is obtained in a column. But what is the name of that column? No name has been assigned. So let me assign a name to it over here. I'll assign a name called product name. Okay, so this was one way to achieve it. These same result can be obtained in a different manner also. So instead of using the cast function, what you can do is you can use the convert function as well. So I can say convert the product ID values to varchar. Okay, convert the product ID values to varchar. That's another way to achieve the same exact result. So now if I try to run this code, same exact result I'll get. Okay, fine. So this is how you can try to work with certain data types if you want to. Now, let me go ahead and let me do one extra thing. Here, currently, let me first display all the columns in my table and let us do some analysis tasks. So, what I want to do is I want to see the cell start date. Okay, you can see it has date values, but lot of characters over here, right? Lot of characters. What I want to do is I want to limit it. So let me go ahead and let me limit the number of characters. Let's do it. So I'll say select the cell start date column. Okay. And show it from this table called product. Show it from this table called product. Let's see. All right. Now after this column, I want to display another column, but how will I get the values of that column? By using that convert function that I showed to you. So I'll say convert the sales start date values to varchar having a maximum of 30 characters in it. Okay, having a maximum of 30 characters in it. So if any value has more than 30 characters, it will get limited till 30 characters only. Okay, fine. So you can see over here, I have got this particular information after converting. Now, what I want to do, okay, so I've converted it to where and varchar data type. Earlier it was date data type. From date, I've converted it to varchar data type. Let me do one more change. What I want to do right now is I want to convert the date into ISO format. So in order to convert the date into ISO format, let me do one more thing. Let me convert this specific date into ISO format. Okay, so I'll say convert this sales start date value to varchar, and after converting, I want to convert it to ISO format. So I'll just write 126 over here and have a look with because of that, what will happen? You can see the data is converted to ISO format. Okay, fine. So over here, you can go ahead and do these changes with respect to data types if you want to. Okay, that's completely up to you. Now, let me go ahead and let me write a query because of which I will get an error. Okay, and then we'll try to solve that error. So currently what I'm doing, I'm just trying to show you how you can work with data types using the select query. Okay, now let me do one thing. What I will do is I will say that select one column. By the way, what all columns are there in my table? Let me have a look at all the columns. Okay. Now let's suppose I want to display the name column. Okay. So let's suppose I want to display the name column from this table called sales LT dot product. The name column will be displayed. But now what I want to do is currently there was a size column as well. If you remember in this entire table, there was one size column as well. Yes, this size column. Let's suppose I want to convert this to integer. Then what will happen? See, these values will be converted to integer, but these values will not get converted to integer. And because of that, you will get an error. Let me show that to you. I will say convert, show a new column, but how to do it? By converting the size values to integer. And while converting it to integer, you will get error because these values, these size values will be converted to integer, but the below size values will not get converted to integer. So you should get an error over here. And you can see you get an error. Okay. Now, what I will do is I'll try to modify this query. Instead of cast, I will try to use this query called try cast. With try cast, what happens? Have a look. If at all the values will be converted to integer, it will convert it. But the values that will not get converted to integer, like there were some size values like S and M, the values that will not get converted to integer, okay, will be displayed as null. Okay, it will be displayed as null. So basically, they will be removed. So the values that will be converted to integer, it will be converted. The values that cannot be converted to integer, it will remove it. Okay. So this is how you can work with data types. Now, similarly, let's go ahead and let's handle missing values. Okay. So you can see that in your data, there are many rows which have missing values in them. Okay, you can see particularly here in the size column, we have missing values. In the weight column also, we have missing values in many rows. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's deal with missing values. So here, let me modify my query a bit. Let me work with missing values now. So I'll say display the name column from this table called sales LT dot product. Now I want to do one more thing. That earlier query that I had, in fact, let me copy that earlier query. And what I'll do is I will use this is null function. Have a look how this is null function is behaving. Okay. So if at all there are any null values or missing values, it will display it as any value of your choice. So I'm saying if at all there are null values or missing values, display it as 0. Now have a look, because of that what will happen. Okay, so in the previous code what was happening? You are getting these integer values, right, in the size column. Now what I'm saying is in these integer, I mean in this column that you are getting, if at all there are null values, then just just replace it with 0. Okay, and have a look whether that is happening. You can see there were many places where there were null values and they have been replaced with 0. This is one way to handle the missing values. Okay. Let me do one more thing. Let me write my own query over here. I'll try to display all the columns in my table, and let me go ahead and write a query to display some columns. And by the way, I want to display 3 columns. One is product number. Here I don't think there are any missing values. Let me display the color column. In color column, do we have missing values? Here in the preview, I do not see. Okay, but maybe below there could be some missing values. I don't know. Fine. Then next is, let's say, size column, right? Size column. Okay. Here I want to try one more thing. Let me do one thing only. I'll say if there is a missing value in the color column. Is there a missing value? Color column, I don't see it. Okay, then maybe I could try something else. Okay, but I guess anyways you have learned how to deal with missing values here, that if there is a missing value you want to replace it with any value of your choice, you can go ahead and do it. Let me do one thing. Let me make this a bit more interesting. So, mm, let's suppose you want to uh, first display all the columns. Let me first display all the columns over here. And let me think of a exercise that we can perform. Let me think of a query. I can see cell start date and cell end date. Okay. Now, mm, so basically it says that this product was available from this date up till this particular date. Okay, fine. So let me do one thing. Let me use the coalesce function over here. So I'll say select the product name column. Then I will apply the coalesce function. Coalesce function. Just thinking of the name of coalesce. Coalesce. I guess this is the correct spelling. Okay. And I want to apply coalesce function on these 2 columns, cell start date and cell end date. Have a look what will happen. Cell start date and cell end date. And these values I'll obtain from this table called product table. So with this, and 1 second, let me correct my code a bit. I'll just go ahead, correct my code. And with this, what will happen is you can see we have applied the coalesce function. And let's try to understand what coalesce function does. See, in many scenarios, you might want to compare multiple columns and find the first one that isn't null. Okay, you might want to combine multiple columns and find the first column that isn't null. So first, for example, I tried to combine the cell start date column and cell end date column. If I try to combine these 2 columns using coalesce function will try to see 2 values and it will see which one is not, which is the, um, you know, I should say the first value that isn't null. So here in this case, in the first row, it's this value saying 2002 0601. This isn't null. Okay, the first value that isn't null. What about in the fifth column? Sorry, in the fifth row, I mean. Here we'll try to see which is the first value that isn't null. So first date is starting at 2005. Next it's starting at 2006. So the first date that isn't null is this one, 2005 date. Okay. So coalesce function combines the two values and it helps you to check which particular value out of the two is not null. Okay. And that I'll just display as something like status last updated. Status last updated. Okay. By the way, I again repeat myself. What am I doing over here? What does coalesce function do? It tries to display the two values. It tries to compare two values and displays the value that isn't null. So which values was I comparing? The first value that I was comparing is cell end date. Second was cell start date. So in the fifth row, cell end date value is 2006. In the fifth row, cell start date value is 2005. Okay. Here there are two values. Which is the first value that isn't null? This value is this is the first value. Okay, this is the first value over here in this list that isn't null. So 2006 value should be displayed. And have a look in the first row over here. You can see in the fifth row over here, 2006 value is displayed. I repeat myself. What does coalesce function do? It combines two values in the same order that you want it to. For example, here, what is the order? I wanted cell end date and cell start date. So in the fifth row, the cell end date was 2006. In the fifth row, cell start date was 2005. Now here in the list, which is the first value that isn't null? This value, 2006 value. In the fifth row, 2006 value should be shown. You can see 2006 value is shown. So with this, you are just trying to display that, okay, which is the last, on what date the last status was updated about that product. Okay, so for example, for the first product, only one update was made in the date, which was at this particular date. Then after that, when did the sale of that product end? No information was added. But in the fifth product, you can see the sale started on uh, July 2005 and it ended on June 2006. So the last date at which the status about this product was updated was June 2006. And that is what I try to display with this particular command. Okay, so with this, I was just trying to show you the different queries that you can write using the different uh, commands that you can write using the select query. Okay, now let me change it a bit. Let's suppose I'll make it more interesting. Let's suppose I'm displaying all the columns from this particular table. Let me display all the columns. I'm just waiting for the columns to get displayed. They have been displayed now. And what I want to do is I'll focus on this cell end date column. It has a lot of values. Okay. And guys, currently null value over here means what? Null value over here means what? That currently the sale for that product is not ended, right? That it is still currently for sale. And the sale has not ended. Whereas if there is no null value, that means okay, the sale for that product has ended at this particular date. Okay, so let me display that which products are currently available for sale, which are not currently available for sale. So I'll say display the name of the product. So there is a name column over here on the left. I want to display the name of the product. And then I want to display information like which product is currently still present for sale and which is no longer available for sale. So for that, what I will do is I'll use the case command. Okay. And I will say, one second, case command. And I will say when cell end date is null, that means the product is still currently available for sale. It is still currently available for sale. On the other hand, if the cell end date is not null, okay, that means the product um, is discontinued, selling of the product is discontinued from that particular date. Okay, so if the product, the sell end date for a product is not null, then I will say that okay, the product is now no longer available for sale. And let me end this case, and all these values, I will just get it from the product table. Let me get it from the product table over here. Let's see whether I'm able to get it. And you can see I'm able to get it. So whether a product is available for sale, whether a product is not available for sale, that I'm able to get. Okay, so for example, guys, if you have a look, if I display the original table to you, you can see in the original table, you can observe in the original table that the first four products were still available for for sale. Okay, their selling had not ended. First four products were available. Fifth and sixth product were not available for sale. And that's exactly what it shows to me over here. That first four products are available for sale, fifth and sixth were not available for sale. Similarly, for the remaining products also, it has calculated it. So using select command, you can get this extra information. Okay. Now, similarly, let me go ahead and let me write one more select query using the same case command. Okay, and by the way, over here, this information that has been posted, it's shown to me in the form of a column, but currently no name has been assigned to that column, so I can give it a name. I can call it sales status. Sales status. Okay, and fine. Now a column name has been assigned. Similarly, I can write one more query with this case command in it. So let me do one thing. First, let me display the original table to you. And this time I'll work with a different column now. Let me work with this column called size. You can see it has mixed values. I mean, there are some numeric values, there are some non-numeric values over here. So what I want to do is I want to change how this is displayed. So I will say uh, if in case the size is M, then what does M stand for? M stands for medium. If the size is L, then what does L stand for? L stands for large, right? If there are missing values, then also I want to deal with those missing values as well. Fine. So let me combine all of the information that we have learned. I have shown you how to deal with missing values, all of that. Let's combine everything. So I'll say display the name of the column. Then let me go ahead and let me use these case command again. This time I will apply it on size column values, and I will say when the size is equal to S, then just display it as small. When the size is equal to M, then just display it as medium. When the size is equal to L, then just display it as then just display it as large. And when the size is equal to XL, then just display it as extra large. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll say if, on the other hand, if there is a null value in the size column, then just replace that null value. If there is a null value in the size column, then just replace it by this value called NA. That means it is not known to be NA. Okay, let me end my case. And all these values I will obtain from the product table. Okay, let me run this code and let's see if that change is happening. So in case of M, it should show medium. In case of L, it should show large. In case of S, it should show small and so on. And wherever there were missing values, they have been replaced by this particular string saying that we don't know the size. Okay, fine. So guys, this is how you can go ahead and write your select queries if you wish to. Okay. Now, our second lab is still not over. What we'll do is I'll give you a short tea/coffee break. After that, we'll come back, and then there are three challenges that you have to do. Okay, so you will have to give me the command for it. So I'll first give you tea/coffee break. You can take that break, refresh yourself, and then we'll continue the same lab. But up till now, I have written the code. After the break, I will ask you guys to write the code for that task. Okay, so I'll be giving three tasks. For those tasks, I'll be asking code from your end. Okay, so you guys just have to provide the code. So we'll do that. But currently, remember, we are still in our second lab of today. I'm just trying to show you some of the basic select queries that you can write to retrieve data from your database. Fine. So let's take a short tea/coffee break. After the break, we'll come back and then we'll go ahead and we'll move on to some of the challenges that you guys have to solve from your end. So I'll just start my clock timer. I hope up till now it's clear. If there is any doubt, then let me know. Let me open the chat. Ramakrishna says single quote has to be given. I guess Ramakrishna was mentioning about that error that you were getting earlier. Yes, we corrected that error. Okay. Yes, so I guess all of you guys have uh, mentioned the solution for that error that we solved earlier. Okay. Apart from that, if there is any doubt, you can ask. Or else we'll now take a short tea/coffee break. We'll come back after the break, guys, and then there are three challenges that you have to solve. Okay. So uh, I'll give you hints, don't worry. But those three challenges you have to solve. You will be giving the code to me. Okay. Right. So let me start the timer for the tea break. We'll take a 15-minute tea break. After that, we'll be back and we'll continue our learning journey. Till then, I'll just be on mute.
Guys, I've shared the link for learning batches in chat box. Please do redeem your batches.
Welcome back to the session, everyone. Hope all of you are back after the break. Now, let's resume. Now, there is a challenge that you have to do from your end. I'll help you to solve that challenge, but the code will be provided from your side first. So, let me mention that challenge. And here is the challenge that you have to solve. Okay. So, the first thing that you have to do is you have to retrieve a list of customer companies. Okay. So, let's suppose that you have been asked to provide a list of all customer companies in the following format. And what is the format? The format is you will mention the customer ID, then colon, customer name. So like for example, the customer ID is 78, that colon, then customer name. That's the first thing that you have to do. Then the second thing that you have to do is that you have to retrieve a list of sales order revisions. Sales order revisions. So there is a table over here called sales order header, okay, in our database that contains records of sales orders. So let's suppose you have been asked to retrieve data for a report that shows two following things. What is the first thing? First is the purchase order number and revision number in the following format. What is the format? Here I've displayed the format. So within star, you will just go ahead and mention the purchase order number. Okay. Then second thing that you have to do is you have to make sure that the order date is converted to ANSI format. Okay. That means it should be converted to this format. First, the year should be mentioned with 4 characters. Okay. Like for example, if the year is 2015, then 4 characters should be mentioned. Then 2 characters of month should be mentioned. If the month is January, then in number, the month number should be mentioned. Since January is the first month, the month should be mentioned as 01. Then after that, the date should be mentioned. So if it's 31st of January, the date is 31st, right? So your 31st should be mentioned. Okay. So these are the tasks that you guys have to do. Now for that, I'll need your help. So let me take your help over here. So I'll need help of a few students. Let me first take help of Ramakrishnan. Is Ramakrishnan there? Ramakrishnan, are you online, buddy? Is Ramakrishnan online or is he away? Okay, I guess he might be away. Um, Guys, anyone who would volunteer for this? Anyone? No worries. Even if you are wrong, not a worry. I will be helping you to solve the tasks. Anyone who can volunteer for the tasks? Kirit, are you online, buddy? Kirit, Kirit Shah. Is Kirit online? Yes, okay. So Kirit, with your help, we'll try to solve these tasks. Okay, no worries if you are not able to give full answers. Okay, this is just for your practice. So Kirit, I will try to give you mic access. So you can unmute your mic and you can spell out the code, okay, that you feel is correct for the task. So there are two tasks. Task one, okay, retrieve a list of customer companies. What is task one? Retrieve a list of customer companies. So basically, you have to work with um, this new table over here called customer table. Okay, and let me do one thing. Let me display all the columns in that table so that you have an idea of what are you working with. And there's the customer table, Kirit, that we have to work on. And what is your task, Kirit? Your task is first to retrieve a list of customer companies. So which customer has which company, you have to retrieve that. Customer companies. So Kirit, can I say if my task is to retrieve a list of customer companies, then Kirit, there are only two columns that I'm interested in. One is the customer ID column and second is the company name column, correct? Yes or no, Kirit? You can unmute your mic if you wish to. These are the two columns that I'm interested in, right? What is my task, buddy? My task over here is that I want to retrieve a list of customer companies. So it should be shown like this, that okay, customer ID 1, then colon, and then the company name. So for example, customer ID 1, colon, and then the company name. That's what I want to do. So what should I do over here? So I'll say select first customer ID column. Okay. Then after that, company name column. After that, company name column. And these values I will obtain from which table? These values I will obtain from this table called customer table. Okay. But have a look at my task. Okay. Currently, what is my task over here? Let's try to understand. My task over here was that I need to join these two things, customer ID and customer name, by a colon in between. Let's suppose I'm adding a colon in between over here. Let's suppose I'm adding a colon in between. But even if I try to add a colon in between over here, I'm getting an error, Kirit. Why is that error coming? Any suggestion, any guesses, Kirit? Why is this error coming? Aniket, Kirit, yes, Kirit says that currently I'm trying to apply this operation, which which is basically called concatenation with string values. Here, company name is a string value, but customer ID is not a string value. So customer ID I have to convert it to string. And I've shown you how to do that. There are two ways I showed you. One was using the cast function, another one was using the convert function. I'll use the cast function over here and I'll say convert the customer ID values to one of the string data types like varchar. That's it. And now you will see if I go ahead, I'm able to run my code. Okay, so my task is done. I wanted to check for which customer, what is the company name, and you can see I'm able to get it just like I wanted to. Like for example, customer ID 1, colon, then the company name, customer ID 2, colon, then the company name, and like that I'm able to get it. Okay. This information is shown no shown to me in the form of a table, but currently the column name, sorry, the information is shown to me in the form of a column, but the column name is not being displayed. I can mention the column name also over here. Let's set the column name to customer company. Okay, fine. So my first task done. Moving on to the second task in this challenge, it says retrieve a list of sales order revisions. Okay, so for this, we have to work with this table called sales order header table. Let me go ahead and let me show you how that table looks like. Sales order header. This table is inside of the schema called sales LT. Okay, let me display all the columns in the table and let's understand. So now what is it ask what is the task asking me to do? It's asking me to retrieve a list of sales order revisions. Okay. And specifically there are two things that this task is asking me to do. First, it says the purchase order number and revision number should be in the below format. Okay. Currently, what is the format of purchase order? Okay. So it says that this purchase order number should be in the below format, where you mention the purchase order number. After that, within brackets, the revision number. For example, if the revision number in the first row is 2, then it should mention over here purchase order number, then within brackets, revision number. That's what it should do. Okay, fine. So that is one thing that I want. Okay, so let me do that. So I'll say select first your purchase order number, purchase order number. Then after that, the revision number, but I want to put the revision number within brackets. So I'll put revision number within brackets, and inside the bracket, what do I want? I want the revision number, right? Okay, so I'll say I want to add the revision number, which I want to convert it to a string. Okay, so over here I'll say revision number. Okay, whatever is the revision number, I'll convert it to a string, add it, and these values I'll obtain from this table called sales order header. Currently, I'll try to run my code, and over here it seems that this string conversion is not being done. Okay, let me check. Let me write the code again. So first, in order to display bracket, I will have to start off with the starting bracket, then plus, convert revision number to a string. After that, the ending bracket. Okay, and it's done. Okay, so you can see product number, then within bracket, the revision number, and I'm able to get it. Okay, product number, then within bracket, the revision number. Fine, so this is what I wanted. This has been achieved over here. Next, the order date should be converted to the below format. So first 4 characters of year should be mentioned, then month, 2 characters of month number, then 2 characters of date number. Okay, so 4 characters of year number, 2 characters of month, then 2 characters of date. Fine, this is the format. But currently, what is the default format? Let's see. Currently, I want to work with this number called order date. Let's see what is the format. Okay, this is the format. Okay, fine. Let me change it. So what I will do is I will say that now I want to work with this column called order date, but I want to convert the data type. I'll say convert the data type of which column? Of order date column. To what? Let's suppose I'm converting it to where. So currently from date data type, I'm converting it to one of the string data types called where. And which column values do I want to convert? Order date column values. Okay, let me run it. Fine. But you can see it's not giving me in the specified format. Currently, which format I want? ANSI format. Okay, ANSI standard 102 format. Which one? ANSI standard 102 format. 102. So here I'll just mention 102. And have a look. Now I'm getting the information exactly like I wanted, right? I wanted the 4 characters of year. So I'm getting the 4 characters of year. After that, I wanted dot. So I'm getting dot. After that, I wanted 2 characters of month. So I'm getting 2 characters of month. After month, I wanted dot. And you can see here I'm getting dot. After dot, I wanted 2 characters of date. And here I am getting 2 characters of date. Okay. So my task is done over here. So this is how I did my task. Okay. Now currently these information is shown to me in 2 columns, but the columns and names are not displayed. So I can go ahead and display the column names if I wish to. Okay, you can see column name for one column is assigned. Similarly, let me add a column name for this column as well. Okay, and I have done it. Fine. So with this, our first lab is done. In our first lab, I just showed you how to run some basic select queries, on our data. Okay. So using the select query, how you can retrieve data from a database. This is what I have shown you in this particular lab. Now what I will do is, um, I'll just try to give this code to you guys that we did in our first lab. And if you want to practice later on, you can go ahead and practice if you wish to. Let me save the query, and this entire file, I will try to send it to you. Okay, am I able to upload? It seems I'm not able to upload a file. So why don't I do one thing? I'll just copy the commands and send it to you in the chat. That way it will be better. Because I'm not able to send that SQL file. I'm not able to upload it in the chat. Anyways. Okay, let me check if I missed something. Uh, Over here, Aniket says, why is plus used? Okay, as Kirit has mentioned over here, it is used to concatenate with string values. Okay, so we have done this before our tea break as well, wherein we wrote many commands using the plus operator. And what we basically did was we concatenated string values. One string value concatenate with second string value like that. So plus operator is used to concat here in our code, plus operator was used to concatenate two string values. Any other thing I have missed? I don't think so. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead. So with this, our another lab is over. I just taught you how you can run some basic select queries to retrieve data from your database. Now, let's move forward. Now what we'll do is we'll try to move on to another lab wherein we'll try to learn how to sort and filter the query results. Okay, sort and filter the query results. So let's see how to do it. So for that, I will open another um, query file. Okay, and let's go ahead. Now, let's suppose I want to work with the same table over here, the product table. The product table. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to, let's say, apply sorting. Okay, so in order to apply sorting, what should I do? Let me go ahead and let me explain that to you. So first of all, let's suppose out of all the columns, I only want two columns. First column is name, next column is list price. These are the two columns that I want to display from this particular table, the product table. Now what I want to do is I want to sort the values. Which values? I want to go ahead and sort the name values. Okay. So for that, I'll use the order by command, and using the order by command, I can go ahead and sort the values in any column. Let's suppose I want to sort the values in the name column. So I'll just write name. And now have a look what will happen. First, all the names start with the character A. Then you have all the product names starting with B. Then all the product names starting with C. Then after that, all the product names starting with D and so on. So you can see it's sorted by default over here. And by default, it's sorted in a ascending order. If you want to sort it in a descending order, you can do that. For that, you will just use the DESC command. With that, it will be sorted in a descending order. Okay. So like this, you can go ahead and sort column values if you wish to. What if you want to sort two columns? Let me go ahead and let me mention that to you. Okay. By the way, just like I've sorted one column individually and that column was name, similarly, I can sort the list price column as well if I wish to. Okay. And here you can see list price column values are sorted in a descending order. I can sort it in a ascending order as well, which it is done by default. So if I remove this DSC command, by default, it will sort it in ascending order. Or if I want to explicitly specify it, then I can just use ASC keyword. Okay, in that way also, it will be sorted in ascending order. But if I don't mention any order, like in which order I want to sort, by default, it assumes it to be ascending order only. Okay, fine. Now, let me do one small change. Currently, I'm sorting each column individually, one by one. What if I want to sort two columns? Let me go ahead and let me explain that to you. So here, um, remember that when we sort two columns, first column will be sorted fully. Second column will be sorted based on the previous column. So before second, which is the previous column, first column. Second column will be sorted based on the previous column. In this scenario, before the second column, which is the previous column, first column. So it will be sorted based on first column values. Okay, I repeat. When you sort two columns, the first column will be sorted fully, but the second column will be sorted based on the previous columns. And here before the second column, which is the previous column, first column. So the second column will be sorted based on the first column. If there was a third column, then it would be sorted based on first and second column values. If it was the fourth column, then it would be sorted based on first, second, and third column values, and so on. So when you sort on multiple columns, the first column is sorted fully, but the upcoming columns are sorted based on the previous column values. So the second column will be sorted based on the previous column, that means the first column values. Let me explain to you how. So let's suppose here I'm now sorting two columns. I'm sorting based on two columns. One is list price and second is name. So here what will happen is the first column list price will be sorted fully. Okay. And in fact, let me do one thing. Let me display it in this manner so that it's more readable to you. Nothing else. Here what will happen is the first column list price will be sorted fully. You can see I wanted it in a descending order and you can see fully it's sorted in a descending order. But second column, which is the name column, will be sorted based on the first column values. Okay, let me explain it to you how. So for example, for the same list price, you could see five product names and you can see those five product names are sorted over here. Then again, there were some rows having the same list price. So for these rows having the same list price, you can see the product name values are sorted. So the second column product name will be sorted based on the first column values. Okay, so it's something like this. So for example, let's suppose, for example, let's suppose I'm mentioning the runs scored in a cricket match. Okay, let's suppose I have two columns. One is team, another is runs, and I'm mentioning the information about some of the runs that was scored. Let's suppose a batsman in Australian team scored 31 runs. A batsman in Indian team scored 5 runs. A batsman in Australian team scored 3 runs. A batsman in Indian team scored 66 runs. A batsman in Australian team scored 23 runs. Okay, and a batsman in Indian team scored, let's say, 78 runs. Now what I want to do is, let's say I want to sort the two columns, team column and runs column. If I want to sort the two columns, the first column here, which is, let's say, the team column, will be sorted fully, but the second column will be sorted based on the first column value. So here the second column is called runs. It will be sorted based on the first column value. So the runs column will be sorted based on team column values. So let's see after sorting what would happen. So the first column would be sorted fully. And here there are two values, Australia and India. If we sort them, then what will happen? First, Australia values will come. There are three rows having Australia values, so we'll write them. After that, India values will come. The first column is sorted fully. The second column will be sorted based on the first column values. So there were three rows having team equal to Australia. And what were the scores? 31, 3, and 78. So let me sort the scores for Australian cricket team. First lowest score was 3. Second lowest score was 31. No, second lowest score was 23. Third lowest score was 31. So I've sorted the second column based on first column values. Okay, similarly, let me move on to the next unique value in the first column, India. For India, what were the scores? The scores were 5, 66, and 78. So I'll sort them where 5, 66, and 78. So remember that when you sort two columns or multiple columns, the first column will be sorted fully. The upcoming columns will be sorted based on the previous column values. So the second column will be sorted based on first column values. Third column will be sorted based on first and second column values. Fourth column will be sorted based on first, second, and third column values, and so on. And that's exactly what has happened over here. Okay. So over here, what we have done is we have just tried to sort the results using the order by clause. Okay, we have just tried to sort the results using the order by clause over here. Okay, and I'm mentioning the code for it in the chat. Now let's suppose I want to do more things. I want to restrict results using the top command. What I want to do, I want to restrict results. Currently, you can see lot of rows in the results. I want to restrict it. How to do it? Let me show that to you. So for example, if I run this command, guys, you can see lots of rows I'm getting. Let's suppose I want to restrict the number of rows being shown. Then what I can do is I can use my top function. I'll say display only the top 20 rows. And with that, only the top 20 rows will be shown. If I say display only the top 3 rows, then only the top 3 rows will be shown. So like that, you can restrict the results using the top function if you wish to. Okay. Here, mm, let me do one thing. Currently, I want to view all the columns in this table. And let me see if there is any interesting column that I can work with. Hmm, is there any interesting column that I can work with? Okay, let me do one thing. Let me use this command called, okay, let's suppose I'm displaying the top 20 rows. And now let me use this command called with ties. Now have a look with that there what will happen. Okay, so currently what I'm showing over here is I'm using the with ties parameter. Okay, so here if I just count 1 second, how many products are shown? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21. Okay, 21. So here there are 21 rows shown in the results. Why? Because there could be multiple rows having the same exact price. Now, if I remove this width ties parameter, have a look what will happen. Have a look. Okay, if I count nine, then have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, then 13, 14, 15, 16, then 17, 18, 19, and 20. Just 20 because I wanted to display the top 20 rows. But now when I use the width ties parameter, have a look what happens. Now see, there could be um, uh, basically here there could be multiple products that share the same price. Okay, one of which was not included over here. Okay, when ties were ignored by this query. Okay, one of which was not included over here when ties was ignored by the previous query. Now, on the other hand, okay, now on the other hand, let's suppose um, I run something like this. Now there was another row having the same list price. Okay, so even that row is shown to me. So if there is a tie with the last list price, okay, and if there is a row that is having a tie with the same last list price, then even that row will be shown. Previously, this row was not being shown to me. Okay, but now with the with ties parameter, it will be shown even though it is exceeding the limit of 20 rows over here. Okay, so here now there are 21 rows in the results because there are multiple products that share the same price, one of which wasn't included when ties were ignored by a previous query. In a previous query, the ties were ignored, but now it's not ignored. Let me modify this. Okay, what I want to do is I want to modify this a little. I want to use my percent parameter also. Okay, and have a look with that what happens. So now when I say percent, it assumes that here the number that I have written is not number of rows. It means percentage of rows. So let's suppose if there are 1000 rows, 20% of 1000 is 200. So 200 rows will be shown to me in the result. Okay, 200 rows would be shown to me in the result. Depends on how many number of rows you have in the overall data. Okay, if there are, let's say, 500 rows, then 20% of 500 is 100. So 100 rows will be shown to me in the result. If there are 300 rows, 20% of 300 is 60. So 60 rows will be shown to me in the result. So here when I mention the percent parameter, it assumes that now you have not mentioned number of rows. Instead, you have mentioned percentage of rows to be displayed. So now this query contains information about top 20% most expensive products. So these are the top 20% most expensive products. Okay, fine. Now let's go ahead and let's do one thing. Currently, if I run this query, you can see it displays the top 20%, then below to display more, it shows the load more button. Okay. Now let me change this a bit. I'll do one thing. By the way, I will first run, okay, by the way, this code over here, I'll just share with you in the chat. And now what I will do is I will try to do a task wherein I will try to retrieve pages of results with offset and fetch parameter. Okay, let me show that to you. So first of all, I will just try to go ahead and run a simple query over here. I will say, show me name of the product, list price of the product from this product table, and order by the name column values. Okay, fine. And you can see the name column values are sorted. Okay, it has displayed many rows over here. And you can see for displaying more rows, it shows the load more button. Now, let me do one thing. Let me use the offset parameter. I will say offset 0 rows. Okay, have a look. Currently, if I just go ahead, have a look what it is doing. Okay, and now what I'll do is in order to show you the full working, along with offset, let me also use the fetch parameter, which I wanted to. I'll say fetch next 10 rows only. Now have a look. When I just go ahead and run this, so have a look. Note the effect of the offset and fetch parameters on the order by clause. So the result starts at the 0th position. The result starts at the 0th position. That means the beginning of the result set. Okay, and includes only the next 10 rows, essentially defining the first page of results, okay, with 10 rows per page, with 10 rows per page, okay, 10 rows. Now, currently the offset value is set to 0. Let me change it to 10. Now, have a look with that, what will happen, okay. Now, currently you can see the result of the 10th page, okay. So, see, when I wrote 0, okay, then let's suppose the first page having the top 10 rows will be shown. If I want to see the second page, I'll say 1. If I want to see the third page, I'll say 2. Okay. So basically over here, when I say offset equal to 0, what it says is I'm saying that I want to start from the 0th position in the result set. So it will start from this value. If I want to start with this value, AWC logo cap. So this has this is the second row. If I want to start from this second row, I will have to mention an offset of 1. For second row, let's suppose I'll mention an offset of 1 and the result will start from AWC logo cap. And you can see it starts from AWC logo cap. Let's suppose instead of that, I want to start from this third row. Third row, for mentioning that I want to start from third row, I will have to mention an offset value of 2. And now the result will start from that third row value. Okay, so from that particular position, what are the number of rows you want to display? You can do it. So with this, let's suppose you want to display the rows from row number 40 till row number 50. You can do that. Row number 40 will have an offset value of 41. sorry, offset value of 39, because row 1 has an offset value of 0, row 2 has an offset value of 1. So row 40 will have an offset value of 39. And then I'll say from the row 40, I want to display the next 10 rows. So with this, you are getting the results up from 40 up till 50 rows. So like this, you can do it. Okay. So in case if you wanted to see the middle rows, then these are the parameters through which you can view the middle rows. The top function I showed you to view the top few rows. But what if you want to see the middle rows? You can go ahead and see the middle rows using the offset and fetch parameters as well. Okay, fine. I'll just go ahead and submit this code to you. If you want to execute it while practicing, you can go ahead and execute it. Now, let me move on to my next task. I want to show you the all uh, command and the distinct command. Which command? All command and the distinct command. Let me explain that to you. So let's suppose I am selecting color column values from the product table. Okay. Now to see, now you can see how it looks like over here. Okay. Now let me change this. I will say that show me all the values of color. Okay. So here with this, what will happen is the result will be the same as before. Basically, the all parameter is the default behavior. Okay. So even if you don't mention this, it by default will assume that you want to see all the values of color column. So all parameter is the default behavior and it is applied implicitly to return a row for every record that meets the query criteria. Okay. So here the result will be the same as before. So I just wanted to show to you that this all command is applied by default. You can see. It's applied by default and the result is same as the one that we got in the previous code as well. Okay. Now what I'll do is let me show you the working of distinct command. So you can see here there are many rows where the color values are repeated. Let's suppose you only want to view the distinct color values. Then you can use the distinct command and now only the distinct color values will be shown. Only the distinct color values will be shown. Okay, fine. For now, mm, let me do one thing. So basically, you can go ahead and use the all command or distinct command based on your requirement. Now, let me do one more thing, which is that I will show you the usage of filtering the query results. I'll show you what? The usage of filtering the query results. Because in this lab, what are we trying to do? In this lab, I'm just trying to show you how you can sort and filter the query results. So sorting I have explained to you. Okay. Now let me show you how you can filter the query results. So in order to filter, let me show you one more thing. Let's suppose I want to display name column values, the color column values, size column values from the product table. Okay. And I want to order by name. Now let me do one thing. Let me filter. So I want to filter those rows where, let's say, uh, there was another column by the way, product model ID, I believe. There was another column. Let me show you that column. So let's suppose I want to filter only those rows where there was a column called product model ID. Yes, this one. Product model ID is, let's say, equal to 6. So only those rows I want to display. Okay. So have a look. So now you can see currently in the results shown to you, there are rows having different product model IDs. But I want to apply a filter now. What I want to do, I want to apply a filter. I will say I want to apply a filter where I only want to get those rows where product model ID is equal to 6. And now you will be able to only filter those rows. Have a look and now only those rows are fetched where product model ID value is equal to 6. Okay. Let's suppose you want to get those rows where product ID values is not equal to 6. Then you can use this operator. So this operator is called the not equal operator. So now you will get all the rows where product ID value is not equal to 6. And you can see you are able to get all the rows where product ID values is not equal to 6. Like that, you can go ahead and filter based on your condition. Okay, let me show you one more thing. Now, we can even take help of wildcard operators to filter. Okay, so let's suppose I want to get two columns, name and list price, from this table called product table. Let me display it. And now I will say I only want to filter out those rows where name follows this particular sequence, where it first starts from HL, road frame, and basically I'm saying give me those rows where the name starts with HL road frame. After HL road frame, it can have anything. It can have anything after HL road frame, like this value, this value. But the name should be starting with HL road frame. After that, I can have anything. So to display anything, I'll just put percentage sign. That basically percentage sign means I can have 0 or more characters after HL road frame. 0 or more. Okay, let me display that. And now what will happen is I'll only get those rows where product name is starting with HL road frame. After HL road frame, I can have any character, 0 character or more than 0 character, any number of characters I can have. Let me display it. And now you will only see rows where the product name starts with HL road frame. So basically, I want to show you that you can go ahead and filter out the result if you want to. Okay, so it's completely your wish. Okay. Let's suppose you want to apply another filter. This time, I've shown you one filter on numeric column, one filter on string column. Let me show you one filter on date column. So let's suppose again I want to get, say, name from, or let me display all the columns. Okay, these are all the columns. Let me apply a filter on date column. I have already applied a filter on numeric column. I have already applied a filter on string column. Let me apply a filter on date column. So I want to get those rows where sale end date is between January 2006 to December 2006. I repeat, I only want to get those rows where say sell end date. Okay, sell end date is between January 2006 to December 2006. Let me display that. Cell end date. First, I'll display all the columns from this table. After displaying all the columns, let's suppose now I feel that I should only display those rows which have a cell end date between January 2006 to December 2006. So I'll apply a filter. I will say cell end date is between January 2006 and December 2006. So between 1st of January 2006 to 31st of December 2006. Let's say, are we getting those rows? And now you will observe that we'll only get those rows where cell end date is between January 2006 to December 2006. Other rows will not get. Okay, fine. So with this, I've shown you how you can go ahead and apply filters. Okay, I've applied one filter on numeric column, applied filter on string column, applied filter on date column. So I just wanted to show that we can apply filters as well. Okay, and now based on this, mm, there is one challenge that I want to show to you. But before that, I'll do one task that can help you to do that challenge. So let's suppose I only want to get those rows where product category ID is either 5, 6, or 7. Okay, I only want to get those rows where product category ID is either 5 or 6 or 7. Okay, currently let me display all the rows. After that, I will apply a filter. Now I'll apply a filter. I'll say only give me those rows where product ID, okay, or I should say product category ID. Product category ID is either 5, 6, or 7. For that, I'll use the in command. So I'll say product category ID should be either 5 or 6 or 7. And now you'll only get those rows where product category ID is either 5 or 6 or 7. Okay, you can see that. Other rows will not be displayed to you. Okay, now based on this, there's a challenge to do in this lab. So based on our previous lab, we did a challenge, right? Now based on this lab also, I will give you a challenge. So let me give you a challenge over here. This is the official challenge from Microsoft course. Okay. So let me give you that challenge. Let's see whether you are able to solve it or not. Okay. So here is the challenge to you. Let me display it. This is the official challenge from Microsoft. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead. So here the first task is to retrieve product details for product model 1. Okay, so it says that initially, what does it say over here? Initially, one second. Initially, you need to find names, colors, and sizes. You need to find names, colors, and sizes of the products with product model ID 1. Okay. Then next, the second task is to filter products by color and size. Second task is to filter products by color and size. So there we want to retrieve the product number and name of the products that have a color of black, red, or white and a size of either small or medium. Okay, fine. Then the third and last task in this challenge is to filter products by product number. So you want to retrieve the product number, name, and list price of products whose product number begins with BK. Okay, fine. So this is the challenge. Now you guys will help to solve that challenge. Okay. So let me take help of one student over here. Let me take help of Aniket. Is Aniket online? Is Aniket online? Aniket Vishwakarma? Is he away? Okay. Aniket is online. Okay. So Aniket, with your help, we will try to solve this. Okay. So Aniket, what I will do is I will give you mic access and you can unmute your mic if you want to let us know the code. So Aniket, task number 1. Okay. It says we want the name, color and size of product with a product model ID of 1. Okay. So Aniket, for that, what to do? Again, Aniket, we are working with the same table as earlier, that product table. Same table as earlier over here, the product table. Let me display that product table to you again. One second. Let me display that product table to you again. Okay. Now, Aniket, let's try to perform this task. It says we want to display how many columns? 3 columns: name column, color column, and size column. Okay, so let's display those 3 columns: name column, color column, and size column. These are the 3 columns we want to display. But on top of that, we want to also put a condition. We only want those rows where product model ID is equal to 1. Currently, if you have a look, guys, currently, if you have a look, you will see that in your results, you are getting all the rows. having different uh, product model ID. So if I display the product model ID column over here, you will say I'll get all the rows having different product model IDs. But what I want is I only want those rows where model ID is equal to 1. So let me do that. Okay. And with this, have a look. You will only get those rows where product model ID is equal to 1. But what is my task? My task is only to show 3 columns: name, color, and size. But currently I'm showing 4th column. This is not needed. So let me not display that 4th column values. Okay. Fine. And only 3 column values are shown. Fine. So with this, my task is done. Remember, this is official challenge of your DP-080 course. Okay. Given from Microsoft. Okay. So in that challenge, task 1 is done. Now, task 2, retrieve the product number and name of the products that have a color of black, red, or white. Okay, fine. So, let me do one thing. What does it say? Retrieve the product number and name. Product number and name. Okay. So from all the columns, I should say retrieve product number and name from this table called product table. Okay. Now, Aniket, you tell me, buddy, in order to do this task, I want to retrieve the product name and name of the products, which I have done. I have retrieved these 2 column values. But I only want to retrieve those rows where color is either black or red or white. So which command should I use? Which command should I use, buddy? Any suggestions? You can unmute your mic if you wish to, or you can write it in the chat. Let me open the chat. Yes, as Harish Chandra has mentioned, in command. And Harish Chandra is absolutely right. We'll use the in command. So we'll say display those rows where color is either what is the task? Either black or red or white. Black or red or white. Okay. So I'll say display those rows where color is either black or red or white. Okay. Fine. Let's run this code. Okay. And we are only getting those rows where color is either black or white or red. Fine. So Harish Chandra has helped over here. Harish Chandra also what we want to do is now additionally we also want those rows where size is either small or medium. Okay. Currently you will see that you will get many sizes. You will have rows having many sizes apart from small or medium. You have sizes even belonging to large size. But you only want those sizes where the size is either small or medium. So again, Harish Chandra, what should I do? Again the in command, right? As Aniket has mentioned. Again, the in command. Harishchandra has given the full code over here. And Harishchandra is absolutely right. Let me take his code, put it in my uh, code editor. So he says, put another condition saying that display only those rows. Okay, put another condition wherein you will say that I want to display those rows. So where size is either small or medium, right? That is what my task is expecting me to do. Yes, either the size should be either small or medium, either small or medium. Okay, now you'll only get those rows where the size is either small or medium. So both the conditions are satisfied. Condition related to color is satisfied, condition related to size is satisfied. But in my task, I only wanted to see the product name and product number and name column. But currently I can see 2 additional columns, color and size, which are not required. So let me remove them over here. There's enough. Okay, fine. And this is the result that we are getting. Moving on to our last task in this challenge before we take a lunch break. Last task over here is to filter products by product number. So I want information only about those products where product number begins with BK. Okay. Okay, and what do I want to display? Product number, name, and list price. These are the three columns I want to display. Okay, so from all the columns shown here, I only want to display three columns. First was product number. What was the next one? Name. Okay, product name. And then list price from this particular table. Okay. Now currently many rows are displayed. But what do I want to do? I only want to display those rows where product number begins with BK character. BK dash. Okay, BK dash. And you can see there are many such rows. There should be many such rows. Yes, you can see this row starts with BK dash. Another row has a product number with BK dash. Another row has a product number BK dash. So I only want those rows. What to do over here? Can anybody give me the command? Yes, Kirit Shah, Harish Chandra have given the command over here, and you guys have given the correct command. So as you have mentioned, I'll put a condition. I'll say display only those rows where product number satisfies a certain condition. Here for mentioning the condition, I'll use the like command as you have told me. So like what? So first the product number should start with BK dash. After BK dash, I can have any number of characters, zero or more characters after BK dash. So for displaying, for signifying zero or more characters, I will just use the percentage symbol, which signifies that after BK dash, I can have zero or more characters. Let's run this code and let's see, are we getting only those rows where product number is starting with BK dash? Yes, we are getting. Okay. So with this, our tasks of this challenge are over. Remember, these are official tasks. I mean, these are the tasks given from Microsoft's end. Okay. So with this, two labs are done for now. Okay, two official Microsoft labs are done. Okay. So from DP-080, two labs are done. One was we saw a lab wherein we saw some select queries to retrieve data. Then we saw a lab wherein we tried to sort and filter the query results. Okay. Fine. Up till now in this lab, if there is any doubt, please let me know. You can see when we tried to do those labs, you yourself were able to give the code for the challenges. Okay, and in your DP-080 exam, basically similar codes will be asked to you. Okay, and these challenges that we have solved were the official challenges given from the DP-080 course. These were the official challenges, which you guys only helped me to solve. Okay. What we'll do is, now since it's time for lunch break, and I don't think I'll be able to complete any major lab in the next 10 minutes. So let me do one thing. We'll take a break. Okay. We'll take a lunch break of around 1 hour. After 1 hour, we'll be back. And after the lunch break, we'll be moving on to more labs. We'll be performing more labs, more official challenges that are prepared by Microsoft. Okay. And we'll see how to work with them. Okay, so let's take a break, guys. Let's take a lunch break. Up till now, I hope the labs that we have done have made sense. Remember, these are official labs of your DP-080 course. Uh, the challenges that we did, they were also official challenges prepared by Microsoft. You can find it online. The same challenges will be there given to you from Microsoft's end. Okay, you can go to the certification page and you will find these official challenges over here. So these challenges I have taken from the certification page itself. Okay, fine. So let's take a lunch break, guys. And after the lunch break, we'll be back and we'll be moving on to more labs. Okay, so I will just start the timer. We'll come back by 2 p.m. I guess around 1 hour lunch break will be enough for you. So we'll come back by 2 p.m. After 2 p.m., we'll see more labs. Okay, so let me take a lunch break over here. I'll just set the timer of 1 hour. We'll come back by 2 p.m. And after 2 p.m., we'll start our learning journey again. Till then, I'll be on mute. We'll come back after the lunch break and resume our learning journey.
Guys, just take out 2 minutes and please give Google reviews and redeem your batches as well. batches as well. And please do also follow us on our social media platforms for to be updated about the upcoming events. Thank you.